sometimes good stuff comes out of it.
That's what she said.
Yeah. It's a strange compliment to get, but we adapt and endure. Also, hello, Michael.
Hello.
How's it going?
It is going pretty good. How are you?
I'm mad at my cat. Managed to get into my room and keep me up most of the night. So I slept in way longer than I wanted to. Isn't that right, buddy? Isn't that right? He's just up here schmoozing, playing on me like he's done nothing wrong. Speaking of folks who have done nothing wrong, how's it going, Mud?
Oh, you think I've done nothing wrong?
There was an asterisk at the end of that.
You can't be talking to me. If you're asking what wrong I've done, I think telling you makes you involved, so...
Mm-hmm.
I also have, well, I don't know if your cat's sick, but I do have a sick kitty, so I might even bail a little bit earlier depending on how needy she gets. And this is the second night this week they're shutting my internet down. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but...
Oh no.
I'm sure they're just testing or updating something, but... I live in the middle of nowhere and I have fiber, so my internet speeds are pretty nice. So if they go down 2 or 3 times a year, that's alright.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. This cat is just schmoozing everywhere. Yeah, so yeah, we'll have Shabazz for half the session. And I've heard that not everyone has finished their leveling up.
Oh.
So yes, we should be level 14. And or entering level 14, wherever we're all individually at.
It was a tough decision.
It
was a tough decision leveling up this time. Lots of good options.
No.
I'm glad some of us had fun.
Well, if it helps, Kat.
Yeah.
She knows a dedication to a single class
Yeah.
does make Sheena one of the most, at this point, knowledgeable, skillful, and possibly terrifying wizards in Corvair. I mean, by average, and this is the same for like Forgotten Realms as well. By average, most wizards peak at around levels 6 to 8.
Oh shit.
To give y'all a point of reference.
They get fireball and say, "All right, I'm done."
Kind of, yeah. like, and not just for players are actually freaks of nature canonically, who achieve levels of greatness that defy both logic and physics after a certain point, as compared to like the like average like common denominator of most people and who they expect among like NPCs to other NPCs. Yeah, once you get into like double digits as any class, you're kind of entering like living legend status. And wizards in particular, mostly because like statistically, wizards have either a very low, like they either peak early, like you said, they get fireball and say that they're done, because it takes a lot of work canonically to be a very good wizard, dealing with like huge big brain concepts. Or they die because of low hit point count.
They die.
Yeah. Like for real. Dex can tell you, back in 3.5, yo motherfuckers were working with a D4 hit dice.
Yeah.
We still are?
No, you're
Well, I
D6.
thought you had D6 now.
This is D6 in 5e.
Oh, the average is 4. I see.
Imagine
Yeah, the
building
average.
a wizard where you don't really need concentration, so cons your drop stat. So you're working with like 1d4 minus 2.
Wizards have a very low life expectancy canonically. Why do you think most of them hang out in towers all the time? Don't talk to anybody. Don't go on adventures.
I just wish my level 14 ability was cool, or at least better than it is. Level 14 scribes, at least to me, seems like it's complete ass cheeks.
I'm just reading it now, but depending on it prevents all damage. So depending on the hit that you're preventing, it could have some benefit, but I would get some shitty spells just to put in there that you don't care that you lose.
Oh, good thing that's...
I would probably stack third level spells too, because they're right in the right range, price-wise, and what would cover that, because 3d6 is a buttload. That's potentially 18 levels worth of spells. But again, if it's gonna if it's 75 points of damage that you're preventing, it may be worth it.
I think it's the recovery time is what sucks.
Well, this is very, very meta, but look at how much time we have left in the game anyway, so...
That's also true.
Following damage types, acid cold spells you cast ignore resistance to damage of this child.
That affected my choice. I went with my choice of feat. Just something that I would get to use quite a bit before the end.
Tell us more about that.
I just went with, what is it, telekinetic? It's a bonus action each turn. I'll link it real quick.
Oh yeah.
It kind of sucks because I had to go wisdom, so the DC is going to be off my wisdom modifier instead of my charisma modifier, but still. Something that's a bonus action for positioning. Push and pull Shino around from mobs because they can fail if you want to, so.
It's true. It can be a buff. You can also use it. Strictly speaking, you should be able, in my opinion, you should be able to use telekinesis on objects. Like, you can shove a creature. I still think that, like, it's...
Well, I mean, if you think about the mage hand shit with it, like, you can cast mage hand up to 60 feet with no verbal or somatic. I can make an invisible mage hand appear somewhere. So I can make it look like I'm moving shit with my mind anyway. As long as it's not under 10 pounds.
Oh, I can't decide if I want to do an ability score increase or if I want to take a feat.
Don't forget there is a house rule at your 12th level. You get a +1 ability score anyway. So if you happen to be 12th level wizard, you could take a half feat, and that +1 gives you the bump. Something to think about. But it has to be same class, so it's gonna have to be that 12th level wizard if you're taking anything other.
Yeah, I mean that's the only 12th level I have at the moment.
That's right, isn't it, Teddy?
Oh yeah. I believe it is. Oh, 6th, 12th, and 18th.
Sorry, say again. I was answering a question real quick.
Your additional +1 house rule is for the 12th level on the same class, right?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Where's my Eberron books? There is a thing, and Teddy, I think you and I had chatted about this previously. Let me find my Eberron books, and I can pull up the rule. Oh goodness, everything's all. There they are. Please don't mind the grunting. I apologize.
No worries. I've heard a grunt or two in my day. You won't offend me.
More things I say in my life.
Listen,
I believe
those are private moments.
the thing I'm looking for has to do with my dragon mark. There is a feat in Eberron that I can take. Where are you? Dragon marks. Sybaris 227.
Shino, I think you're good to copy anything from the party loot that hasn't been used yet that you still need in your spell book.
I mean, at this point, I would just be copying spells just for that ability that may or may not be.
Yeah, but we're getting to the end of the game anyway, and we haven't used them yet, so.
I'm not touching the scrolls and party loot because I'm not the only one that can copy, but also if we get in a bind and we're someone's out of spells completely, there's 3 Ray of Frost spells right there they could just cast.
Okay, so I'm gonna send a picture. This is from the Exploring Eberron book. It's the Sybaris dragon marks. Boom. And where are you? Dragon mark of passage.
He's got the Exploring Eberron book in this database.
It's true.
It might be in here.
Page 227. Let me see if I can link it. Sybar. Nope. Maybe I'm not spelling it right. Oh, I am.
The 13 true dragon marks are tied to bloodlines. By the rules provided in Eberron Rising the Last War, a dragon mark must be selected during a character creation. A dragon mark provides a basic set of abilities, giving you access to that sub-race or variant races and spells of the mark feature. If you're a spellcaster, allows you to make use of a dragon mark focus items associated with your mark.
Or maybe am I thinking of greater marks? I don't know, there was, I think it was the greater mark or something, either or the Sybaris. This is basically you have advantage on deck checks. I'll throw it in there. And oh, they're freaking sideways.
So the difference between a greater dragon mark and a Cyberus dragon mark is that a greater dragon mark is a dragon mark that has evolved from a lesser or otherwise known as a typical
Yes.
dragon mark. A Cyberus dragon mark is like an aberrant dragon mark, but is acknowledged as being divine, as opposed to strange, and can manifest at any time, like an aberrant dragon mark.
Okay. So then the one I'm thinking of then is the greater dragon mark. 37. And it doesn't say, so
Cyberus dragon marks can manifest out of characters who are previously marked. They are extremely rare, and usually come with like an expectation of destiny.
yeah. Oh, I guess I get those. Anyway. Never mind. I thought they did something cool. I already have the things that they do. Or that they have. I already have Blink and Teleportation Circle. Ability score maximum 12. No, shown as. Yeah. Never mind. I will continue to.
I mean, if you picked it up, it would just allow you to pick up 2 more spells of those levels from your wizard spell list. And Blink and Teleportation Circle would be considered the dragon mark spells, and then you can just add 2 other spells to your spell book.
Gotcha. I think I will do something else if that's the case then. Where was the one that I wanted?
I have some gold. I just want to make sure I got enough gold for the components for the last 2 Heroes Feasts, and then it can be used for whatever anybody else may need it for. Shino copying spells, or I don't know if Hargrim's within range of another attunement or what.
If your Heroes Feast involves tacos and sushi, I don't want anybody saying shit.
Tacos and sushi, tacos and sushi.
You guys remember that a little while ago? They released the 2024 books, and there was like a piece of art that depicted Heroes Feast, and the gods sent upon high like tacos and sushi as part of the Heroes Feast. And there was a couple of guys on Twitter fucking whining like, this disrupts my medieval fucking fantasy, like. And the winged elves don't.
I have a question for the group. Sorry, Teddy, go ahead.
No. Your GIF was remarkably on point.
Yeah, that's why I was singing it. The guy just goes, he just goes tacos and sushi, tacos and sushi, tacos and sushi, and antidepressants.
Very good.
So going through my notes and updating party loot, there was a couple items where I don't exactly remember what happened exactly. But I think I have an idea. The gauntlets of ogre powers, those went to Theo, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming a potion of storm giant strength went to Hargrim.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 2 of them. So.
Okay. Those were like the 2 things where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's where these went, but I'm not entirely sure. I didn't put any healing potions in party loot because I figured we divvied them up when we got them. So with that, party loot is now properly updated.
Very good. And I do want to keep talking about this good, juicy, technical stuff. But just to sort of cut the ribbon on today's session, so to speak, I would love a recap of what we did last game and where we are currently at, both physically and emotionally.
Oh, if people could give me their updated current hit points for Heroes Feast age shenanigans, please do. And notes is something I have also been neglecting for quite some time.
Did you do Heroes Feast, or are we waiting?
This is mostly going to be a downtime session,
Gotcha.
since there's still a few people who are still leveling up, and we might want to buy more provisions, spells, scrolls, and the like, and maybe check in with some people or with each other and whatnot.
Yeah. So, recap. Another round of exhilarating combat. We got up to like what, 27, 26 rounds combat. Just daisy chaining combats one into the other, or just making one incredibly hard fight. But when Shabazz and Shino dimension doored halfway across the map to help Hargrim and Theo, they too dimension doored and left Shabazz and Shino behind. I think I've already recapped this before. But with that, we all kind of started funneling down towards the bottom of the waterfall basin in the water occultist area, and Jex is just finding the big bad Drexa and is getting bullied by water weirds. And it pretty much at one point was just fucking everyone for themselves. But then through a funneling method of just going down mid, we all met up and started taking the fight a little seriously. Except Shino went down like almost immediately, and I was rolling death saves for like 4 turns. And I think at one point Jax goes down. Theo might have gone down too, or almost was close to going down.
I was close a good number of times.
Yeah. And for a while there, we had Drexa and his little shit dick of a cleric, just kind of standing there menacingly in the background, waiting. But also we kind of were funneling them up a waterfall that soon to be wasn't a waterfall, because someone decided it was a good idea to fireball the manifest orb, and now it started spewing water everywhere and filling up the whole place. But at some point, a tide shift in the battle, and in the moment we don't know whose it is yet, but it is for our lovely heroes. I remember as soon as I got up, I did Disintegrate on Drexa, and the bitch tits had legendary resistance that he has been not using the entire fight until a Disintegrate comes. Then I learned Disintegrate is a Saber Suck spell. Still gonna keep it prepared though. And then
it is extremely good against stuff like Orb of Invulnerability.
Yeah. And Wall of Force.
Yes.
Which is why I'm keeping it around, but I had the urge to disintegrate him so badly. But anyways, we finally killed Drexa, or so we thought, but he had a death ward. And so did his little cleric friend. But after a failed disintegrate from Shino, I was just upset and just fireballed the shit out of the same area. And fireball goes around corners, so the little coward cleric was not safe from my wrath. And Hargrim turned into a shark because Shabazz polymorphed him, and he was a bloodthirsty shark in the water. Shabazz Eldritch Blasted and slowed. I think you did a slow, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Okay.
like me.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest, man. Those 3.5 hours where I was just rolling death saves, I was kind of like half checked out. But eventually, the tide turns in our favor, and we win. And the decision of the fate of Drown is laid with Hargrim, and he pretty quickly and decisively says, "Fuck your chicken strips," and throws Drown into the manifest zone, thereby sealing her away forever and losing Drown. And the Barnacle Boy is no more, and he is back to his dwarvenly charms.
It's less soggy.
No longer moist. Yes.
Oh, side note, after our, I don't know when this is going to happen, but Hargrim got his dwarven thrower analyzed, and he realized it's kind of not as it seemed, and that the thing will recognize anyone as royalty, even non-dwarves. So
Speculative. Speculative. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean I'm not a prince.
still, huge fine. Question of royalty. Allegedly.
Look, I just lost my champion status. Let me keep my fucking prince status, okay?
So at 12th level, you either get a feat or the +2 ability score increase. You don't get both. But if you do go with the ability score increase with my house rules, you get a total of +3 at level 12.
Okay.
Or you could take a half feat.
Yeah, you could take a feat and still get a +1 ASI increase. Or skill and tool proficiency.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can learn languages, proficiencies, and skills too.
Which is my favorite thing to do, even though ASI is technically better.
Okay.
But yeah, if you go with the +2 ASI as opposed to the feat, you do get the additional +1 for a total of a +3. That additional +1 cannot go to the same attribute.
So you can't just like dump all three into a single.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Hey, con is retroactive too, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
You get hit points based on your total levels.
Although at this point, you might as well take tough if you're going for HP.
It does other things too.
That's true. Con saves, yeah.
That was a very succinct recap.
Thanks. I tried.
Go ahead and have inspiration.
Thanks. I should really use those.
Is there anything else anyone would like to add?
I don't think so.
Sorry, Captain. Putting you out to sea for now. You've been replaced. So, when you return to the tower, you do see that your efforts have made a marked improvement on the city. The wall of water and the whipping winds have ceased. A feeling of calm begins to blossom among the populace, although the earthquakes are still persistent and reoccurring. And it is unseasonably warm. Those of you with an intelligence of 16 or higher know that the heat is just going to get progressively warmer. The earthquakes are going to get progressively more violent. Even though the seas have calmed and the storms have abated, allowing for sea and air travel. Even some bold airships have begun coming back to the skyways and upper cities' ports. You and the local authorities know the truth. Vilroy met you briefly to get a feel for the situation and hear what you've all been dealing with down into the Fane. And your own personal experiences inform you that your mission is not over. Not until every manifest zone is dealt with. Will Sharn, and by extension, Corvair, or even possibly the world, will be safe. It is sweltering, and the earthquakes are disturbing. But, as most people want to believe, that this means that their troubles will soon be over. For the 5 of you, it feels more like the calm before the storm. A moment of reprieve before these 2 remaining elements violently explode outward. You must choose how you use your time wisely. But you do have some time. And in your period of rest, you all reflect on how your skills are developing. The threats may be more dangerous, but you are more prepared than you've ever been before. Your levels of aptitude higher than most of you have even expected of yourselves. Hargrim. The day after you gave up Drown, the world around you feels lighter. There is less weight. Spiritually, you do not feel as bogged down or pulled in different directions. Depending on your outlook, this might make you feel directionless. But you do acknowledge, because now it is so clear and obvious to you, how much your actions have been influenced by this alien entity, this angry princess of water. You realize that if you had given in to her, she would have drowned Sharn, drowned the Undercity. And while you don't have entirely good memories there, it wasn't just your home, but also the home of your mother. Only Hydra would have taken her and others close to you from you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I feel directionless. You know, now that she's put away, I know there's still two more that want to come and do the same thing. They need to be stopped. So I guess all my focus is on the coming fight. And I assume we're going to ground next. Or Earth.
Speaking of, that morning you are greeted with a familiar scent. For the rest of you, it is unfamiliar but pleasant. A type of freshly baked bread that is bursting with aroma, earthy, dense, and hearty. Your mom has baked rock bread.
Hell yeah.
A childhood favorite and a specialty of the Dwarves of the Moor holds. Your mom, as moms do, has managed to prepare a feast. That breakfast, in thanks for all of your hard work, you lovely young folk, includes bacon, eggs, baked beans for those with the proclivity. It's a real spread, and Mama Halfbane welcomes all of you to indulge.
Bet you guys are real happy I brought a mom to the tower. All this good cooking.
And of course, breakfast ale, which is decidedly a dwarven thing.
Mhm.
In any case, the day is yours. You all realize that you have reached new levels of potential. With the exception of one of you. Jax.
Yes.
Throughout that night, you have been having nightmares.
Cold sweats, tossing and turning, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm. You have been having a persistent nightmare of yourself wandering across featureless sandy dunes. The sun is stuck, not entirely set into the distance, locking the desert in a perpetual twilight. Not light enough for it to be day, not quite dark enough for you to see all the stars, but a blanket of violet and oranges. And because this is a strange dream state, when you feel that the direction of the sun serves as a landmark, it seems to move on you. But you are not alone in this dream. Something swims in underneath the sands. It's far off, but you can see its fins occasionally dip up out of the sand dunes. Not quite like a shark, it is too serpentine.
Like
Its
a
scales
dragon?
blending in with the sands. Sorry?
Oh no, I was talking to myself, sorry.
No worries. But beyond that, you have the sense that someone is watching you. Every once in a while, you turn over your shoulder and look, and you see them. An imposing figure, their silhouette stark against the twilight. Broad and looming, their silhouette suggests armor and a weapon. But they're far off. Too far off for you to see any discerning features. Not from where you're currently at. I want to know what you would like to do.
So I'm following the sun, but it's completely moving every time I start to get close to different twilight. There's shadowy figures behind him, and some kind of shark serpentine in the sand chasing him.
Well, it's
Or
not
just around
chasing
him?
you, but it is around. It might be circling you, but it's not an active pursuit.
Have I tried to get the figures behind me yet, or have I just been following towards the sun?
You've noticed them. You see its small silhouette in the distance. It's just a singular figure. But you were too far away to notice any identifying anything identifiable about the figure besides the silhouette.
If I turn my back to the sun and try to get closer to the silhouette, does it keep at the same distance?
It appears to, yes.
Hmm. I guess I would spend some time trying to get closer to see if I actually never got closer. And if not, then I'm stuck between two. I would shift my focus to the circling thing in the sands.
They don't seem to move. They
So it's always
do.
at the same difference then?
As far as you can tell with how close that you've approached, without committing to heading in that direction.
Then I
They
would
don't
probably
seem to move,
commit.
no.
Because I feel like in this nightmare I've been following the sun for a while, so maybe it's worth a time to change.
You approach the figure. As you do, the frills in the sand behind you, you can hear sift through the surface before disappearing back down into the depths. Whatever that creature is, it is idly following you at a watchful distance. As you approach, you see that the silhouette figure is carrying a shield, is broad of shoulder, and is standing with a proud, possibly contemptuous posture. They stand above you on the top of a dune, which you would have to climb to reach.
And just who the fuck do you think you are up there?
There is a beat, and then a voice that should feel familiar but isn't. Responds with a dismissive swagger. Just a cat trying to get home, man.
I mean, same though. Twilight's never ending.
Close your head. You're in the home that you were hoping for. I wouldn't be surprised if your leg dive washed a whole lot of those memories away. Have you caught the crab yet?
Caught the crab. What? No. Or we killed a crab.
That means figure it out.
Hard to figure it out when I don't know what's going. Oh. We ain't who we ain't, are we?
I know who I am.
And I think that's me.
I think it's about time for you to dust out.
Was I the shadow all along?
You're a lot more reasonable than I was expecting you to be. Here I was ready to crack your head open like an egg.
I mean, maybe I damn died too many times. But rushing in just doesn't seem the thing no more.
Maybe you learned, maybe I learned.
Maybe I'm just tired of watching our friends almost die.
No, you and I both know that ain't gonna change. Not until this is done. Not while we have shit to do, man.
True. They have a better chance with you than me. All I can do is make things bleed.
I think you put a finger on it, man. I don't envy your position, though. Whatever that thing in Shino did, it put me where you were. In that place. I can
Just in the-
understand why you'd want to leave.
But
Sorry,
I
go
guess
ahead.
But I guess there's always a time to go home. Maybe you had a point to be there. Maybe I just needed a break. Either way, I think the thing in Shino's leg is dying.
It's not dying. It can't die. Maybe it was a blessing that you forgot, but I saw the place that you came from. And it's a place where it got out.
Is there even that place anymore then?
Barely. That place is a big. So you ready to fade or what?
No, but we gonna anyway. Fist bumps him.
The light shines just enough as you reach the top of the dune. Reach out for a fist bump for the shadowy figure, and you do indeed see your old reflection. Jex, Duskwatcher. Protector of the Gate of Gold, but hardened, having suffered and seen some things. Though with a symbol on his shield that you were perhaps not expecting. He's openly bearing one of the symbols of the Sovereign, but in the very center of the nexus of the Sovereign points is a singular red diamond. You vaguely remember an interest in the blood of Vol. It appears to be still present, but not predominant.
The gods above and the gods within.
I came to learn that in your home, you didn't put much stock in them, and to be fair, before I left, I was losing the stock I had in mine.
Yeah, I don't remember much praying going on. Things seem to be different back where you're supposed to go.
I want to go back home. I want to prevent the things that happened in yours from happening in mine. But from the flashes of your world that I've seen, a lot of stuff has already changed. I was here ready for you to put up dukes.
I mean, look, I love our friends and all, but the road they're going, it's not what I would have chose. But I guess that's why you're here, aren't you?
Maybe the world you left behind could use some of the insight that you got. Maybe my world is maybe I'm ready to deal with the dangers that my world presents too.
Your world needs a hero, not just another gun.
Well, don't sell yourself short, Cat. After all, we ain't out here on these sands trying to kill each other. I probably shouldn't have doubted, but Mrs. B had an inkling it might turn out this way. I was skeptical.
I mean, let's be real. I'm not gonna fight myself. That's a fight I know I'm gonna lose.
We've fought ourselves a few times before. No, not quite so literal.
Ain't that the truth? I can still sock you one if you really need it.
No, I'll pass.
I guess he's gonna walk through himself and shatter.
You wake up. And you are of two minds. It feels a little nauseating, actually, but you need two things. You need to make or find a holy symbol of Buldre that is resonating in your brain. And you need Shino's help.
Huh?
Buldre can only give you directions. But only in Shino's legs will you find salvation.
I guess I'm scurrying all over the tower while whittling.
So yeah, what are y'all doing? And over the course of breakfast being the in-universe excuse, do we want to continue talking about our new assets, level ups, feats, and other advancements and whatnot? Very good, Michael. Thank you.
Oh, alright, what do we have? Party loot.
Oh, I for sure would like to go buy potions, but we do not have to roleplay that.
No.
Yeah, I'd like to as well.
Well, how much would you like?
Well, how much do we have in party loot that we can divide out? Because I'm not exactly a rich man.
There's the treasury we have, and then there's items we can sell.
Also, be careful about that, considering that somebody might be coming back with a really different build.
There was also
greater healing is 150, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
that's what I was. That's what I was looking up. Somewhere in here we had the.
Oh, how much money do I have? I have a lot.
I do not have
Stood the
much.
housey.
My monthly stipend has come in.
I
I
could
don't have a
afford.
lot, he says as he eats his cup of caviar.
I could afford 4 potions, and then I'd have no monies.
Oh, why
How
don't we
much
do
of
that
this?
first then? Why don't we sell everything so everybody has a gold? Or platinum or funds. We can sell all the treasure at the bottom, right?
Yeah,
We don't need any of that.
the stuff
Unless-
at the bottom, I think, and interpreted as just sell it for gold because it all had a gold value tied to it. There were some things I added in the equipment that we probably don't need, like a morning star and an axe. So we could probably go through equipment and just being like, don't need this, get rid of it. Don't need that, get rid of it.
Well, I would definitely say if there's anything in there, Jex, that you feel might be useful for your second rebirth, make sure you you claim them.
Oh, there's a holy symbol of Thorazadune if you want that.
Not the right one, but right under that is something I can use.
The Rod of Resurrection.
Sounds like a bad
Resurrect
pickup
that
line.
erection.
Iron Stone of Greater Absorption.
Yeah, so you can use your reaction to absorb a spell of that level or lower. And I put second level because I remember it not being that. Like the Ion Stone was great, but the level of it was kind of poop. And I think it was second level. Could have been third, but I think it was second level.
Yeah, it wasn't super great.
Yeah.
So maybe we just go with selling all the unsold loot at the bottom first, seeing what happens. Give Jack some time to look through. If that's still his name, of course.
He's still the same person. He's just not
Listen,
evil anymore.
you've changed twice now.
Jimmy?
Jimmy?
It swells.
Because I knew, I had a feeling. The character sheet formerly known as Jex, which is currently labeled as, let me see here, to be deleted, is still in the journal. If you just want to use that sheet.
If Jack evaporates, can I get his gold?
No, it still is.
Oh yeah, I guess you guys have hireling loot in here too.
Oh, yeah. What does Leo have?
I think we actually still have like a Mecha Hydra in the basement too. Oh, it's a Mecha Beholder.
That is true.
I say we head to the next dungeon in the Mecha Beholder.
It was built for gnomes. It can't hold that many people, but yeah, that could be done.
What if we enlarge
Alright.
the Mecha Beholder?
Or just reduce everyone else.
It'd be easier to enlarge than reduce 5 people.
Giant Mecha Beholder.
Did anyone use a wand of web?
It's a sweet wand, but it requires attunement.
Yeah. That's fair.
I know, I
Leo.
say we keep all the potions and all the scrolls. They're still fairly useful.
Yeah,
Or can be.
I agree with that. If we liquidate the unsold loot and I tally that up to the treasury, I can then get numbers divvied up. And then if we want to do a second pass through the equipment, we can do that too.
Sure.
Fucking degeneracy. Fucking ruined my brain because I'm just imagining Shino like saying all this in character, in like a porno secretary outfit, and, like little reading glasses, and a little like like I'm trying to divvy up all the cash here. But please continue.
Well, I guess
I will say. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll just say I will say that you do not find a holy symbol of Voldre in the tower.
I was gonna ask you which set of skills I have because it's more likely to be just carve one.
You know what? I like the flavor. Sorry?
You do know a rune carver. Hello.
That is
Oh,
true.
yeah, sure.
So you're
Yeah,
still you're still wizard Jex, but you're like sharing cleric Jex's brain at the moment. Like you're in like a constant period of mental transition between the two.
Okay, so I'm gonna wander into breakfast and incoherently spout at Hargrim how I need him to hammer my runes while I get between Shino's legs.
Ruins.
Bold, Cotton.
Just a mouthful of eggs, as you say this.
I'm gonna draw the symbol in your like oatmeal or something.
I see the old Jex is back.
No, hi, how are you? Good morning, top of the morning to you. Just get between my thighs and have Hargrim bang it out. All right.
He tries to explain it to you, but it's like both of them are talking at once, so it's just overlapping as he's coming at you.
What do you want this rune on?
Anything right now.
What do I have in my inventory?
Oh yeah, do we have any shields? Because I know we sold the pariah shield I did have a while ago.
Oh, you didn't sold it, you gifted it.
That's fair. And then we used it to bribe somebody, which was
Yeah.
worth it.
Hargrim, are you using the clockwork shield?
No. I don't know whatever happened to that. I gave it to somebody.
That's on Theo's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Though I don't know if that's even possible. Theo has it. I don't think it's equipped because for reasons. I think it's because of my wings. I don't remember.
I knew someone had it.
I have
Yeah,
the
no,
shield
not
of
really.
timekeeping. That's what I have.
I could carve it onto that gold bracelet that's in the unsold loot. You could wear it.
Yeah, that's perfect actually.
Okay.
Oh no, you should do it on one of the gold rings since it has a bloodstone, since I could represent both her and the Wolf. That'd be perfect.
Gold rings all set with the bloodstones. I see. Okay. And that's what I'll be working on.
Alright. I've edited party loot. That gold ring, one of the gold rings with the bloodstones is now yours.
Hell yeah. You hear like two different chicks turn around and be like, now Shino.
Take me to dinner.
You didn't eat dinner last time.
Last time we were kidnapped. I didn't have a choice last time.
I mean, you didn't give me a choice last time. Let's be real here.
You want to tie me to a chair and feed me again?
I cast rope trick.
Isn't that the escape spell?
Mama Halfbane, just like doling out more oatmeal to some people. Young people are so open with their relationships and feelings these days. It's good to see. Little hot
Sorry.
and heavy, for little old me.
Sorry, Mom. Jax.
I'm kind of twice myself at the moment. I didn't even realize you were here. Hi. Hi.
My Mama Halfbane puts her hand on your forehead. You're burning up. Whatever you're afflicted with, I'm sure a good healer will sort you right out, you poor dear. I will put on some tea. There's a little matronly dwarven lady goes back to the kitchen to start. She is wholly under the impression that Jex is suffering from some severe fever and not a multi-dimensional battle for his brain and body.
I mean, same difference at this point.
That's true, and you do have a fever because of it. You gonna carve some runes, Hargrim?
Yeah. I'll use that tinker set that we had in the equipment somewhere.
Do it.
Those giant, I don't know, the Giant's Tinker's tools or whatever the hell that was that we got.
Well, because we chose a ring, I'm gonna give you two very funny stat options that might not be helpful. You can choose either charisma or dexterity.
Dexterity, yes. We'll go with dexterity.
Shabazz, is there anything you want to do while you're still here with us?
I don't think so. I mean, I'd probably buy some potions or what. I still have quite a few potions, so. I would probably make sure that Shabazz got his persuasion help on the
Oh, you'll have help.
selling. I mean, whether you're rolling and with advantage or I'm rolling or whatever.
I wholly believe that Shabazz should be the one to do the roll, and someone else should provide an advantage. Just saying.
We'll take our 3 golden globes and get a good deal on that loot.
Like Total Recall.
Although for taking skill expert and getting it at persuasion, I don't get to use it very often.
I can help you with persuasion because I'm proficient. That's crazy.
Yeah, but Shabazz has like reliable talent.
I could help you, but I'm not proficient. It might be a hindrance.
Alright. So alright. first things first. I'm just gonna ignore Doppelganger Jax for a second. Is there anything else in the unsold loot that we need and or want?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
What about armor? The Elven Chain? Is that useful for a cleric? And the Necklace of Prayer Reeds, I don't know if that requires attunement, but I think that's cleric as well, because it's free casts of the...
Yeah, it's like bless and something else.
Yeah, they're divine spells, cleric spells. I'm just saying things that we might find a use for. And that Rod of Resurrection's also cleric attunable.
It's true.
Alright.
Those are the only ones I can think of, and that would be Jex's stuff. So if he doesn't want any of that stuff, then
Which stuff?
it's just possible cleric stuff in the group loot. Like the Elven Chain. I believe it's medium armor that...
Yeah, I could probably take that until I get something better. Since I think Theo still has my half plate.
Yeah, I have the mithril half plate.
Can you wear breastplates? Because I have the one that I used to wear.
If
The
it's
plus
medium,
one.
yeah.
The +1 medium armor.
Yeah, either one of those will work.
And that
Plus-
Necklace of Prayer Beads is the other thing I said, and then the Rod of Resurrection. Those are just magic cleric items.
Yeah. +1 breastplate is technically better than the Elven Chain, I believe.
Yeah, this is the one that looks like the Hobgoblin ancient armor, that white armor, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd definitely take that one then. And yeah, I can take the Necklace of Prayer Beads and the Rod of Resurrection. I think that's all I could use from party loot, honestly.
What about the +1 scimitar? Do you have a weapon?
Oh yeah, I'm still rocking my pistol, even in the rebuild. That was constant between both jacks.
Although the +1 scimitar might just be nice to have, just in case.
Yeah, I guess I could rock that as a backup if you'll move it over.
I don't know if you can use glaives, but I do have a +1 glaive.
Also,
I'm-
swag factor.
I'm taking the +1 scimitar out since I'm deleting stuff right now. The prayer beads, Rod of Resurrection, and a +1 scimitar are all going to your inventory. I've taken them out of party loot.
Very good. For the unsold loot, can I get a persuasion check? Let me know if somebody is providing advantage.
Oh, you got the
As
boing
much as I-
boing.
As much as I hate to suggest giving Shabazz advantage, if anybody is,
Oh yeah.
declare it now.
Oh yeah. All I'm good for is a piece of arm candy.
That's not true. Jex is getting a respec.
You're also a printer.
You're also
Yeah.
a printer and can destroy the scroll economy and own it.
And you're our long range scout too. I mean,
I could be the printer. I just chose not to go down that road.
Yeah, we could have
Uh,
like unlimited funds right now, Shino, and it's all your fault.
I'm not the only wizard. I'm just the one that gets it done faster.
Oh, I meant you can you print. You're a bioprinter, not a press printer. printing out Jax's left and right.
For the unsold loot, this hurts me to say.
To be fair, it's 10 months worth of loot that we just haven't touched. 10 real life months.
Between Shabazz and the girls, you may interpret that as Shino and her bust, or Shino and her sister. Completely up to Cat. That's 31,248 gold.
Yeesh.
31,200 and how much?
48.
48. God damn. Okay.
Oh.
That is retirement money.
31,248 plus this, which means we have 43,078. 43,078. And I'm just gonna take all of this and delete.
I am gonna need a Tincture Tools check from Hargrim. If anybody can, please declare now if you are going to provide advantage or other spells that you think may benefit.
So I don't actually have the Tinker's Tool proficiency on my sheet. Did I get that from? Oh, I need to read quick. Rune Carver. Smith's Tools. That's what it is.
Well, that's
I have proficiency. It's with the Smith's Tools, not the Tinker's.
You could use Smith's Tools if you want.
Okay.
And there's 5 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh.
I heard the housey say he's got enough. He's rich,
All right,
so he doesn't need a cut.
I
there's
mean,
4 of us.
How generous.
Anybody help them, or am I just normal rolling this?
I don't think anyone can help you, buddy.
I have
Okay.
archaeology tools. Do you think that would help?
It won't help, no.
Can I use? I'm just gonna use my inspiration to give me advantage. Does that work? I still have 1 from last session.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right.
Oh, do you want a bardic? Wait, did we rest? Did we get a short rest at least?
Yeah.
Okay, you can have a bardic too.
Okay.
It's a D10.
Here we go.
This is like when you guys return home and got a full night's rest.
What was I supposed to add? Strength.
30. And still a 19. Yeah. You managed to carve this symbol delicately into the gold of the ring. You actually feel pretty good about this. You've been, so for most of your life you've been like a basher, right? Like you've been an enforcer, you've been kind of a thug. Most of the day you spend tinkering and chiseling and modifying this ring for your friend and a little bit for yourself. And you find a genuine joy and passion for doing so. Working with your hands, creating something, awakens something in you. A passion that you might have either forgotten or didn't even know you had. In any case, you drop into something of a zone. The rest of the world seems to fall away in favor of your flow state. And when you come to, you have beautifully modified this ring, where when you started, you figured you were just going to like kind of haphazardly get this rune in, slap it, call it done. But no, this looks like professional work. Like this is, you're holding up the ring and you're like, I have created art here. Something curious happens as well. Only Hargrim and Jex hear two roars in the distance. They are draconic roars.
What was that?
And when they occur, the ring on the inside and outside have a sort of like a caduceus, like spiraling knot pattern that outside of any manipulation of yours just kind of manifests along the edge of the ring. Clearly magic at work. Jex, the two of you recognize just a little bit of divinity at work.
Ooh.
And the knots that manifest are made of copper that contrast against the gold.
Hargrim, I never knew you could make something so beautiful.
Neither did I. I look down at like the haphazard runes on my breastplate and I'm like, yeah, okay.
Gotta start somewhere.
Apparently. I will present you the ring.
Thank you so much, my friend. This means everything.
Of course. Now stop having personality disorders, please. I can't keep up.
Like I'm the worst one in the group.
Well, I
Shadow Me
guess.
still says this is Theo's fault.
Housies.
Here. Teddy, can you make me the global damage modifier box on this sheet for Hunter's Mark and Divine Strike? Like the click boxes with sneak attack, I don't know how to make them myself. Or at least the option to make them.
Sure. Hold on. So you will see under Steps of Night, for example, there's a little plus sign. You can hit that and it'll make more boxes, what I just made for you just now.
Oh,
you mean like the oh, okay, no.
like
I see
you
what
like
you're talking
yeah, like for sneak attack.
Yes. I just ticked for global damage modifiers.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, on the right hand, the first column on the right hand side of your settings tab. So we have all those checkboxes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So Shabazz, you and the Mirasakes stride into the upper city embassy for House Kundarak, which is the bank. How do you come in knowing that you are confident in your negotiation skills, and that you are going to be walking out of here with at least 200,000 gold?
Oh yeah, sheer confidence. And I got a sister on each arm too, definitely. Just pretty much glowing with confidence. You can feel it when he walks in the room. Rightfully so.
There are like people like turning, like looking over their shoulders, like what the hell? Most of the people in here are people like withdrawing large amounts of cash from their accounts because they're leaving Sharn or are deciding to stay, and so are making like large deposits. Even so, there is a presence with the four of you. It's up to you whether or not Pizzazz is like cantering behind you, or if you are like astride walking into the building on Pizzazz's back.
I think it might be more fun if the ladies were on Pizzazz's back and I was on foot leading them in.
Shino, do you acquiesce?
Oh, I'm here to make them look good.
Understood. So, you stride in. Walking up to one of the registers, and the Kundarak representative like looks at you and like up at the Pegasus and the two elven women who are like voguing on top of it. Can I help you today, sir?
This is where we're depositing our funds, or this is where we're negotiating to sell the fund?
Negotiating to sell the funds. To sell your loot.
I'll take some gold today, my fine sir, and in return you can have these goods.
I have learned that certain adventuring guilds or people with house connections can actually get House Kundarak to trust. To trust like basically like bank accountants to sell things for them.
Could
and
I
at this point,
could I have sent them with the House Orion signet ring or a letter
Yeah.
of notary?
Absolutely.
Okay, I will have done that.
So you read that, or the registrar reads that, and just like the color kind of drains from their face as they realize who they are talking to.
Oh wait. Okay, sorry.
And you quickly find yourself in a separate room with an actual like name carrying, like a dragon mark carrying member of House Kundarak, this surly looking dwarven gentleman, right, who sets up a number of speaking stones with other like high profile merchants, since you are dealing with magic items and a good amount of treasure and curios. And you get the feeling that they are planning to take you for a ride. This this falls in line with how some people talk about House Kundarak and how they treat adventurers. And unless you like really know what you're doing, or you're working with another like representative of House Kundarak, right? Their banks want to make money, right? You very quickly and decisively take control of that entire negotiation. They were not prepared for Shabazz. And yeah, when you when you walk out, your companies, like your adventuring Groov's coffers, are now 300,000 articles of gold notes richer.
Can I make like a super greed play?
Sell me on it.
Well, if we walk in there and we see rich people withdrawing money, and they can tell we've got some sway, I might give an eloquence bard speech of we're not quite done yet. You might be leaving the city, but every piece of gold that you can spare or leave behind will help us fight the evil. Give
I should
before
not
you
have opened
leave.
that up. I should not have opened that up. All right. Persuasion, or I would argue intimidation, considering the circumstances. You can go with both. It's going to be a high DC. I'm going to ask for at least a 30.
It can be done.
I know it
Could
can
I-
be done. I don't want to give you an impossible DC.
Could I throw in there too, so I can use my item? If you don't contribute, we may not win. To maybe be able to get a deception roll with it. It's just a 1d4 additional with deception as opposed to
Yeah, sure.
persuasion. So I can't. It's my hat. It's my glamour weave hat that lets me do a 1d4 on a deception.
So you adjust your hat, and you start emphasizing the dangers, which it may or may not actually be present.
All right.
But you
here we
do
go.
spin a fantastic yarn.
Ooh, that's not gonna do it. Even
The bard.
25, I can't bard it myself. So yeah, that's short because even it's a 10 plus 15 is 25.
Inspiration time.
Oh yeah, might as well use it, right?
Oh!
Motherfucker. I know I let you do it. It still hurts. It still hurts. The economy that isn't real that I need to look after.
I will never
see-
financially recover from this.
So you spin this tale over exaggerating making the already fantastical story more fantastical and adventurous and dangerous, and in the minds of your audience, increasing the stakes, the importance of your victory. All the while, you have Shino, who's an eyewitness, and you guys are at the point. You're level 14. You're at the point where you guys are celebrities. On top of that, you have saved Sharn from a few threats already, and very successful wizards are often very, very wealthy. So you have some people who not just recognize you, but also recognize Shino and her sister on Pizzazz. And you start receiving checks.
Oh no.
Your total amount of donations comes out to 12,000 gold.
In addition to the rest of it too, right?
Correct.
Always go for the greed play, right? I
And
think you
you
can get
gotta-
some potions now, Hargrim.
It's a tradition.
What's that? Sorry, I missed it.
I was just saying, I think you can get some potions now.
I mean, yeah, I think so. Perhaps, maybe. How much were the superior healing potions?
Superior is 500, Supreme is 5,000. According to Google.
Greater was only 150.
There's also a rather affluent-looking gnome who will approach you, Shabazz, and will also ask, I have noticed that you are acquainted with Miss Shinono Mirasaki.
Was it because I was with her as she rode in on a Pegasus?
Quite.
Was that your clue?
Under the assumption that you are managing her affairs, how available is her schedule, and what sort of donation would be appropriate for the good lady wizard to come by my library and take a look through my tomes, my girthy grimoires, so to speak?
That's not a question for me. You're gonna have to ask the lady yourself.
Oh, I was under the impression that you were
Her
might have been my mistake.
Pink. He thinks you're a
Lord.
pimp.
I think it's best for me to go. He's gonna gnome scuttle off.
No scuttle.
Gnomes famously scuttle.
I would turn to Shino and ask her if she heard that. Hey, you want to make a few more gold? I kind of chuckle.
Ooh. Do I want to make more gold?
This was not an attractive gnome.
Oh, then no.
I think I would nudge her and tell her, you're 14th level wizard now. This should not take that much thought.
14 levels in wizard, 1 level in prostitute.
Yeah, I might have got 14 levels, but I only got 2 brain cells. So I'm fucking massive. They're on my chest.
The think tank. That does remind me. I think we've talked about World of Darkness a few times. Back in the day, when like the new iteration. It's now called Chronicles of Darkness to separate the settings. The one that was called New World of Darkness. Not to deviate too much, but just real quick. So that game has a like a merit system, which kind of works similar to feats, but is more like prevalent. For April Fool's one year, in the early days of that game, they put out a supplement, because that game is very narrative and it's very like introspective, and it's about like the nature of the monster of being a vampire. Very different from like a classic World of Darkness, which is like underworld, like Cate Blanchett, fucking everyone's wearing leather and shooting the fuck out of each other. New World of Darkness is not quite that. They put out a supplement that I forget what the name of it was. I lost the PDF ages ago, but it is basically reverting the system back to that, like trench coats and katanas. Everybody is using like two like Desert Eagles and shit. I'll never forget this. They had a like optional character background that they were like, your storyteller needs to give you permission in order to take this merit because it is overpowered. And it is the stripper background, which makes your character extremely overpowered because it gives you like proficiency, like specialties in like gymnastics, self-defense, financial skills, all sorts of shit. Cracks me up every time. You play New World of Darkness, play a stripper. It's the fast track to victory.
I'm gonna twist my arm.
See, how much gold did you walk away with, Shabazz?
You said it was 24,000, wasn't it? Or was it 2,400?
You got 12,000 in donations.
It was 12,000 in donations. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's
Yes.
an additional 2,400 each. I gotcha.
Yes.
I'm carrying around a buttload of gold right now, or I've got a buttload of gold. I think I've got 20k now with that additional 2,400.
You're carrying it in a very large briefcase with a handcuff. I mean, it's all paper money. It doesn't actually like. It's heavy. You can fit all that into a large briefcase.
This amount of gold that we now have as a party, would it be possible to just purchase a potion shop
In Shard?
in Sharn?
No. That's like buying a business in New York.
Hmm.
You're not quite there.
I mean, if we do pool our assets, someone else could get the surgery for dual con.
Well, we gotta make sure Hardram's got potions and healable stuff first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just get some graders. How many did I go through last time?
Buddy,
6.
buddy, with the amount of cash we just liquidated and your massive fucking reservoir of HP, you should look at superiors.
To be fair, as soon as I get between Shino's legs, we won't need as much individual healing potions.
Take
That's-
me to dinner.
You're already at the bank.
I did want to pay for the 2,000 gold dishes that I need for my Heroes Feast, so I've got them.
Awesome.
So after I subtract that out of my total, I still have 18,000 gold, so I can
Ooh.
assist with folks. Not the housey.
Just actively
Okay.
not sharing with Theo.
And I spent all this time making you a letter of authority. It's okay.
How much gold do you have now?
Not including what was just deposited, that 11,000. I only have like 2K.
Yeah,
Not including what was just deposited.
His housey stipend is what's paying for the HQ. Like it's all going to rent.
So did everyone add the 11,325 gold and 8 silver?
Yeah.
Okay, because there is an additional 2,400 gold.
Okay.
Because Shabazz has the silverest of tongues. And he knows how to work it.
I now have
Shino
14.
knows from experience.
And the superiors were 500 each, right? Yeah.
According to Google,
Mm.
it says superiors are 500. They are rare, so I don't know how many you can get.
Now that you have all this gold too, Shino, I don't think it's a terrible idea to buy third level spells that you don't want. Because it costs
Yeah.
you virtually nothing to copy them into your book, and then you can use your ability.
Yeah, there's the Ever Glorious Codex. I can just rip
I like
skip.
see if I can find 4 potions of superior healing.
I think we're all gonna need potion shopping, so
Sure, I can wait. Never mind.
would it be easier to just tell us what's available in terms of healing potions? And then we just buy as needed?
For
What's
that, we
available?
could get all the healing potions we wanted.
Yeah, healing potions are carte blanche.
Yeah,
Huh.
I would like to buy everyone
I see.
4 potions of greater healing, and I will buy myself 6.
I know it's really late into the campaign and I really shouldn't be doing this, but may I offer a suggestion?
Please.
You're gonna be going into a den where the boss is a Medusa. So some protection against petrification of some kind might be a idea.
Gonna spend 2,000 and get 4 potions of superior.
Is
Alright.
there a potion of greater restoration
Ooh, spell scrolls.
or
Yeah.
spell
I can-
scrolls?
I can cast that if we buy the spell scrolls. I think it's 4th level, but
Greater
There
might
are.
be 5th?
You also have a hag heart in your inventory that also works as a greater restoration.
Oh,
As a potion.
oh. That's good to know. Yeah, greater is a 5th level.
oh,
But yeah.
that's-
You can get
That's
scrolls
the-
of greater restoration for sure.
Are they fairly? They're actually fairly cheap, aren't they? Because of the halfling house of healing.
Let me double check my notes.
I think that's the one that
Oops.
Michael pinned because of the Eberron stuff.
Yeah. There is a pinned picture.
There it is.
There's
I mean, that's-
services.
That's the services. It doesn't say the scrolls, though.
Your price for the scrolls will be 1,000 gold a pop.
I will buy.
They're usually 2,500.
Oh.
I would like to buy 2, 4, 6, 8. I'll buy 2 each, so that's what, 10,000 gold?
Well, hold on a second though, too, because if Cleric Jax is going to be back, that's also something that Cleric Jax can cast.
Yeah, but it costs spell components for greater restoration. Versus just
Ah.
if you have the spell scroll, you can just cast the scroll.
But Party Loot does have Diamond Dust. But I think that's more for like resurrection stuff. because there's 500 diamond dust and then 5 gold, $5,000 diamond, which could be ground up into dust as well.
Greater Restoration is 100 GP worth of diamond dust as well.
Yeah.
So there's diamond dust that's worth 500, so that's 5 castings right there. That's why I put the diamond dust in equipment and not in the sellable loot, because I knew that was a spell component.
That's like 2 days worth of Greater Resurrections.
It's gonna be all the same person. Jax. It's gonna be Jax 5 times. She kept telling me to look at her, guys.
Although getting a bunch of scrolls is a good idea.
Well, if we have the 5 castings of it through Jax, though, as long as he has the spell slots, he can cast it. If he doesn't have the spell slots, he can't cast anything.
Or if he gets petrified, he can't
Or-
cast anything.
Yeah. So I'll do I'll do 1 scroll for everyone. How about that? So 5,000.
Yeah, Mr. Moneybags over here.
I don't want to tell you what I started with.
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
God bless it, I don't want to do that.
Shift enter.
Thank you.
So between Theo and Jex, everyone gets 4 graders and 1 superior. Is that what I'm reading?
Yes.
I think so. And I understand that Mud's internet is about to go out, and we are 10 minutes over break time. So I'm gonna say we are gonna take break soon. As far as this inventory stuff, is there anything else Shabazz wants to square away before we take a break?
No. I mean, short of me donating gold to the group effort, I know everybody's been buying stuff and handing it out, but I don't know. Can I do 10k to give Hargrim another attunement?
If you want.
Whoa. Okay.
Could I
Huh?
also get a scroll or a potion of freedom of movement?
Most likely. But yeah, if you want to donate that cash to Hargrim Shabazz, you are free to do that.
That's 10k, right, for the extra attunement slot?
Correct.
Unless somebody's got another idea of what we're going to use it for.
I'll gladly take it.
It's really what the people at the bank paid for.
The scroll of freedom movement is going to cost 650 gold.
I will take it.
Very good, very good, very good.
Wait, real quick, how much gold do you have, Theo? Because double concentration for me would be pretty nice.
Well, hey, why don't you keep half your gold and I'll spend half of mine to do that attunement thing. 5,000 each.
Well, the double concentration is 50k, so it's... I don't even have enough to do that.
Unfortunately, I don't have any. I don't have 10,000 gold anymore.
Well, I need 50 anyway.
I can
Yeah, it's
give
50
you.
for the double concentration.
I
Yeah, why
can
don't
give
you
you
put-
50 silver.
Once I spend on a +2 shield, I can donate whatever is left of my gold to that.
Yeah, why don't you keep your 10k and give yourself double con?
That's because the double con's 50k.
I know. We could pull together and get you double con.
It really almost feels OP for me to have double con.
I mean, 10k from each of us to get double con.
But we all did just get 11. Well, 13 technically.
Yeah, but that's everything we just got. So no, I don't do it. I was just seeing if it was there, and also giving that Housey a hard time. No trust fund or something we could tap into.
You know where that money is going? That money is going to property taxes and your hirelings.
It's housing money. There's more. Isn't it Daorian? Doesn't that mean something? Isn't it like a title for you Orions or some shit?
Come on. Aren't Dragonmark houses bottomless reservoirs of cash?
You know, I mean, you make a valid point, Shabazz. However, not valid enough. Unfortunately, yes, the money does dry up eventually. You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you.
Theo has like a flashback of a bunch of older Daorians. These fucking airships are gonna kill us!
Teddy, how much would a +2 shield be so I know how much I can donate to the efforts?
How do you add a scroll or potion of something?
The potions you should just be able to search for, click and drag, and the scrolls I was just clicking and dragging the spell and just adding spell scroll onto my list.
Jack's $6,000.
Okay, I got 9,000 towards your operation, Shabazz.
So you're gonna be a cleric. You could use that operation too.
He's already got double con.
Oh,
I was gonna say, yeah, remember I traded you the Shield Guardian for it.
Oh yeah.
I've got 10k I can put towards the Shabazz fund.
I really don't think we need that, folks. I was just asking for funsies because if it was
Imagine
cool, but
you could put sleep and polymorph on at the same time.
If you really want it, we can do it.
this is kind of meta, but I really do kind of feel like double concentration would be OP for this character.
I'll be
Like,
honest
it's,
with you,
it's
Mud,
fucking
too.
sick.
There's specific combinations I've been looking at as a cleric that, as much fun as they would be, I'm not going to double con on, so I get it.
That is true, but I did put that on the table. And it is a hefty gold cost. While I do agree, I did put it out there, and it's not, and you're not getting it for free. So
Why are we only talking about Shabazz though? Because
It'd be better. It'd be better used on you.
Yep. I'm not even sure what I tune to if I got another attune right now. I'd maybe a tattoo, but again, that's
It's best used on you because you got the cock ring of concentration. So if you had to do a con save, you would be fine. If we're considering Shino for dual con, fun as it may be, I don't have that great of a con save.
Nothing against our other two wizards, but I feel like as a player, you'd be more capable of using it also.
Yeah. And I think Theo doesn't do much in concentration.
I have I already get advantage on my concentration due to Warcaster, and then most of my I don't really have very many offensive concentration spells that I use regularly. So
you got some con spells, but they're mostly like utility.
yeah.
if I got it, I would probably use it to do a group debuff slow or whatever, and then I would probably use the other con to go invisible.
that works.
So I had advantage on all the attacks after that. That's probably what I would use it for, which I really don't need it. I really don't, but I don't know that there's a use for the other gold. That's why I was offering it to Hargrim too. So
Well,
I mean,
It-
once everyone's geared up, the rest of our gold just goes into incrementally more +1s. That
it's like the long and short of it is our gold is just gonna go to healing potions and or gearing up Jex. Once Jex is content with what he's got, then that's what he's got. Unless there is some magical something or other out there that someone wants, then we can go for that. But also,
Although that's the other thing too. For the same price, everyone can get an additional attunement slot.
true.
that's true. But did you? Well, I don't think I can. I thought you said we could only get one of the 2 big surgeries.
Well, yeah, Jex can't, right? But like,
Oh, I already got the extra attunement slot one, so it doesn't
but you
cost
can
me
have
for the second one.
those attunement slots you can have up to your con modifier.
Oh, so I can.
I mean, that's better for the group to do it that way if everybody got the attunement slot.
Wait, you can only have attunements up to your con, right? So 4. So I'm maxed out anyways.
No,
'Cause
you
I
can
got-
have additional attunements up to your con.
Oh
Yes.
shit!
by default, everyone can only have 3 attunements.
Yeah.
Right. And then the amount of implants that you can get is equal to your constitution score.
So I can get 3
Yes.
more.
Your body needs to be able to handle it. You need to be healthy.
Here we go, Teddy. I get the attunement slot and I get the Blood Fury tattoo.
The Blood Fury tattoo.
It's only legendary. Okay, it's fine.
I don't even know what else I would attune to.
The
I'm
Blood
sure.
Fury tattoo.
I'm sure there's an answer, but my mind.
I'm gonna say
Knobs.
no to the Blood Fury tattoo.
It does what Soul Eater does, but way better. I
understand that.
I can just do it 10 times a day on an attack. Yeah.
You're not gonna get Blood Fury tattoo. Sorry, it's not on the market.
Why do you hate me?
I don't hate you. You can get a Blood Fury like tattoo that looks remarkably a lot like it and looks super cool. Like if you were a douchebag or Shadow the Hedgehog in the early 2000s.
I tried.
A legendary tattoo?
It would have been funny though.
It would have been funny.
If I
But
Rick-
no.
if I crit with Soul Eater, that's 6d. Is that 68? Like a necrotic plus I heal whatever I kill or whatever I hit.
6 disgusting.
Yep.
So a very good Jex. Absolutely the right Sonic game to introduce to a young child. Right. So whether or not it's for more attunement slots or for Shabazz to have a second concentration slot, which personally I would vote for the extra attunement slots for everybody, because that just it means more magic items, which is more fun for the group as a whole. But I'll stick to my guns in saying that preference is I put the options out there for you guys to have those options. Therefore, right, I'm not gonna cry either way. But we are 20 minutes over time, so if anyone is contributing to that fund, put it in Discord. How much money you're willing to pony up for very invasive brain surgery. Legendary items, yeah, no. And when we get back, assuming that Shabazz might not be able to be back, we are going to put focus again on Jex and his negotiation with Shino, who I believe she put a stipulation in the form of dinner. So we're going to sort that out when we get back from break. 10-15 minutes. I will see you guys then.
I'm gonna bounce no matter what. So I appreciate the game tonight, folks.
Bye bye.
All right, have a good night, Mud.
We'll see you next week.
See you next week. Phew. I have returned. Good evening to you too, sir.
How do it be going though?
Me? I suppose I'm doing okay.
I suppose that's good enough then, yeah.
Yeah. Thinking about the Star Wars game. Thinking about a bunch of games coming up.
You got a lot ending about the same time.
Well, no, a long-running Scion game that I run privately is entering a new major story arc, and like, I'm not sure if you've played Scion before, but when you move between the different tiers, like the whole game changes in major ways.
Okay, fair enough.
Have you played Scion?
No, I really want to though.
It's fucking. Yeah, I have some gripes with it, but I do love it. I especially love it conceptually. But yeah, the game is basically set up, and in second edition it's technically 4, but realistically the game is set up into 3 separate games, right? Which are different tiers of power. So your first proper tier is hero, right? And that's like your like Perseus, Odysseus, Sigurd, Siegfried level of like, these are mostly human beings with like 1 or 2 super powered elements that clearly make them not human, but they are still like, and they can like claim lineage to the divine, but they're still mostly like, man with gun can still potentially kill, right? In most cases.
Right.
A hero can still be challenged by a mortal who is very, very good, right? And then you hit a demigod, and at that point, canonically, your character is more divine than they are mortal. So the game suddenly shifts from like, hey, yo, so there's like a manticore in the sewers, can you go fucking beat the fuck out of that thing? To like, so we're having like a drought. Are you responsible for that? And you might be. And then there's like the third and final tier, and that is God, and that is like a whole fucking. Then the game becomes kind of a weird RTS, like 4X kind of experience.
This is a funny comparison, but it reminds me of playing that game Bannerlord, to where like at the start you're barely surviving by picking off bandits, and then you're a mercenary, and then you're a lord with your own retinue, and at the end of the game you're just a king managing a country. You can't even go fight battles anymore.
Yeah, no, that is kind of like how it works in Scion. That is kind of how it plays out. Oh man, I love Scion. That game's so good. I mean, I've had this like weird like roleplay hankering for like, I'm not sure if I want to do like a full like 2-year campaign or whatever, but I kind of want to like run a game that is like not necessarily dark, but like actively raunchy in like a Conker's Bad Fur Day type of style. Like cartoonishly stupid and inappropriate.
I love it. I do.
Like doesn't that just sound like kind of cathartic, just to like sit down and be like, yeah, so like for like the next 6 months or whatever, we're gonna do a little like stupid one shot. So you like wander into this farm and there's a sunflower with huge tits. You need to catch these bees. You know, like,
I am the great mighty Pooh.
yeah, like that level of idiocy is just something I kind of want to indulge in for a little bit.
What system would you think would be fun for that? I guess you could do it in any system, but what system do you think would play to that strength?
Well, welcome back, Michael. And Star Wars is just around the corner. I'm very excited for Star Wars. It's gonna be brutal though. Like with this group and knowing me, I'm sure there's gonna be like levels of hilarity, but it is, man, it is going to get dark. I've just seen a glimpse of what y'all are capable of, and just like letting you loose. I'm gonna need to brace myself.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna need to like consolidate with my own spirit the things I've written down for like plot hooks and plot beats and stuff.
Yeah, Sarah's gonna send us all to hell.
How did you describe my Star Wars character, Teddy? The serial sex trafficker?
A serial killing sex worker. Might also be she is a sex trafficker. She owned a bordello.
I remember the word sex trafficker vividly. It's everything else after that. I'm just like, what?
Do you wanna
something to that effect?
You wanna look over upgraded OG Jex?
Yeah. I like how round and plump your hit points are. That's weirdly satisfying to look at.
I may have cheated a single HP point, but I couldn't help it.
Are you at 69?
No, I was at 99 and I wanted the round.
Oh.
I'll allow it.
I also have an extra language to pick from my second continuing education. I just didn't know what to use it for.
Goblin.
I already had Goblin, Gallifreyan, and Dar.
Primordial.
Mm.
Primordial's good.
Mm.
Primordial is good. Did you know that Boldre, like the goddess Boldre, has an association with the Shadow Marches and the orcs there?
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
I think
She went under a
vaguely-
different name, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I really want to play DDO again, but it's just so...
You don't, not really.
Yeah,
you think you do.
I want to experience DDO again. I don't want to play current DDO. It's just that it started out in Eberron was so fun.
That's true. I think Keith Baker should help design the world for a different MMO that is totally not Eberron, wink, and just see what happens.
File the serial numbers off.
We could... I feel like there's still a lot of marketability in like trying to build off of what like SWTOR tried to do and make like a low-key MMO with roleplay moments, because I really like the dialogue system in SWTOR, and I feel like we're at a level of technology and mindfulness where like someone could attempt something like that again and make a decidedly roleplay focused MMO, which I don't think we've seen for a long time.
I wish they would again, because as fun as SWTOR still kind of is, they definitely lost the original charm they had because they went to Just instance kind of MMO shit again. Like anytime you add an automatic dungeon finder to an MMO, I feel like that just starts the end.
The beginning of the end. That said, welcome back, everybody. I'm glad that we're all here. But yeah, to reiterate the answer to your question, how I'm doing, especially like game wise, I really want to run a decidedly comedy focused, raunchy, silly, indecent game. just for a little bit to get the goofiness out of my system.
A combined World of Darkness where you have one player who's a hunter, a mage, a werewolf, and a vampire.
Oh god.
And then the Conquer's Bad Fur Day antics.
So I think the system that I would use, I could probably use a cracked Scion system, but that doesn't quite work. Maybe GURPS. Although GURPS has a hell of a learning curve to it.
Don't make me bust out my telepathic tomato sandwich again.
I don't know, Apocalypse Keys could probably do it. But of course there's also Tune, the role-playing game.
Oh shit, I forgot all about that.
I mean, it is pretty fucking dead in the water. I'm not sure if they released another game since the 90s in that line, but oh my god. I know we should be playing, but I just wanted to check out like the Steve Jackson Games website. And it felt like traveling through a fucking time machine. They have like copyright 2025 of Steve Jackson Games, but the fucking website looks like it's from like 2002.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What the fuck? They made a Shadowrun GURPS? I need it right fucking now. Me and Mia play a ridiculous amount of GURPS. I mean, Munchkin.
Look at this like fucking ass website.
It's giving me nostalgia.
That is wild.
If we're talking about dreams games, Teddy's, one of these days I want to run a Redwood game using Humblewood setting.
That'd be cool. Mouse Ritter also looks really cool for like Redwood vibe stuff.
Oh, true.
The game is also beautifully designed. You can still buy Tune. It's a $15 PDF. No, this PDF is a scanned copy of the last printed edition of Toon. No changes or updates from that edition were made. Wow. Yeah, no, I bet. Game is from fucking 1993. Anyways, let's get back to game. I've deviated enough. So Shabazz and Shino, and by extension, Shino's sister, have returned with a great deal of money. Tuckered out from all the shopping, expenditures, and possibly saving Shino from a darker fate at the hands of a suspicious gnome, will retire for the evening and prepare for presumably the expedition back down into the Fane of the Eye the coming day. It is around a little before this time that Hargrim finished crafting a holy symbol for Jax and had a brush with the divine himself. No, it's very nice. It doesn't have any extra effects. Making something into a holy symbol is a pretty big deal. Just kind of on its own.
Fair. I was just wondering because you asked the whole charisma or dexterity question.
Oh, that's fair. No, I was just wondering about the type of approach to fiddle around and modify a ring. Really delicate process. Especially with smithing tools. But it can be done. I've seen it done.
Oh, that's legendary. Never mind.
I forgot that the stats in Toon are called shticks, and they are categorized as muscle, zip, smarts, and chutzpah. Anyway, pardon me. See, if I was gonna run like a Conqueror's Bad Fur Day style game, I think Toon is what I'd use. But please proceed. The stage is yours, adventurers.
Jax has an entire 5-course meal laid out when Chino gets back from the bank.
Did he make it himself, or did he have someone else make it? The kitchen staff.
He helped the kitchen staff.
Okay.
He's also flaunting his new Hargrim ring like a entitled nobleman.
I don't know what you need from me.
I need to open up that dragon mark so I can get me out of my head.
You have an inkling that you know what Jex is talking about and what you need to do, but it is a little bit of dangerous territory. Jex is asking you to willfully interact with your dangerous pseudo dragon mark again. But if you can exert influence over it, you could use it to help your friend.
Is dinner all you got?
5 courses.
See it?
I didn't know you were that kind of gal, but drops the coin purse on the table.
Oh, sweetie, you got the wrong sister.
Fix my head before it explodes.
No, I'm willing to help out. It's just I'm trying to figure out an angle. For something.
Bitch, for what?
Listen, the first time it happened, it just happened. And then I'm just gonna keep on dragging on. Get it? Mainly because it's just like she wants to help you, but she doesn't know how. Because the first time it just kind of happened, but now you're like assuming she knows how, but she's like, it has a mind of its own, my dude.
Give us
Oh,
an
he was just
Arcana
trying
check.
to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He was just gonna try to jump in, but that works too.
Arcana. I do have advantage because of this.
So you think you might know a way how in theory, right? You'd have to try it. And so you have like the process in your head. There is the risk of the dragon mark finding new purchase and influencing you mentally, because you'd have to like reestablish that connection in order to open up the dragon mark to pardon the phrasing, take Jackson's side. But you do think you have like an arcane understanding of how you would go about it. The risk involved is just that like you're making like a two-way street with your dragon mark. And it has tried to influence you before.
Well, by fixing your head, we might lose mine.
It's okay. All your important brain cells are in your tits anyway.
Jex the misogynist? You need to swap them. This Jex is dark. You know?
Alright. Okay. I think what's gonna happen.
Jex really is like the Mr. Incredible meme, where like at the start of this campaign, he was like, "Don't worry, doll. You're beautiful, but that doesn't mean I don't respect you as a person." He's like, 2 years later, bitch. We all know your brain cells are in your tits. I don't see what we're gonna lose.
Alright, so I'm gonna the legs are open for business. I just want to figure out how I want to phrase how I want to do this. See here.
Also, like, feel free to involve your other party members, or maybe somebody might have some other ideas on how to put things more in your party's favor. I don't know.
What was that? Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing's coming to mind, and I don't really want to waste much time. So I guess, Shino will eat the delicacy of the 5-course meal laid out, and then I guess she's just gonna pull out a chair, step on the chair, and then just like prop the leg up on the chair and slide away the fabric, and just being like, just tap her thigh and come here, big boy.
I'm going to recreate the night outside of the hospital after our burst fig battle and just lay my head on her thighs.
What happens, happens.
Very good. I would like Shino to make a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw, sure thing. Sure thing, boss. Click 27. That's pretty good.
27? You brace yourself as your dragon mark suddenly and violently opens up in a flurry of inky tentacles, and Jex is grappled and sucked into your leg. From there, it is a storm of whispers and promises and attempts at seduction, which all sound pretty good, but this is not the first time you've been through this. While they have changed up their tactics, while there are thank you, Michael. A drawn together reference in the year of our Lord 2025. I'm kind of tempted to give you an inspiration just for that. You were preparing for something like this. You know that to entertain Tarazadun, to be their chosen, their avatar and prophet, is to usher in an age of primordial chaos that the world cannot survive. Cannot survive or even possibly understand. Whatever's left would be an erasure of the rational world. And as a sorcerer, the rational world is what you have dedicated your life towards understanding. Arcane wizardry, after all, is a form of mathematics. It is formula. And understanding of scientific and arcane concepts and applying them to manipulate the rules of the world around you. As tempting as it is to hold the Kyberus powers of primordial creation in your hands, as a goddess, you would be a prisoner. To unapologetic and unrestrained whimsy. There is a beauty in the story the whispers are telling you. But that is not entirely your mind. Even should you personally see an appeal, it is a temporary and ultimately insubstantial thing. Jokes aside, you are an intelligent person. You are mindful and capable of calculation. And through the promises and through the theater, the illusion of complete freedom of a goddess of creation joined with the primordial chaos of Terazadun, you do see a vision of the world that would result. Your human body completely shed for one that is a combination of raw, unconstrained magic without rules or structure, and a rolling mass of flesh that reflects that. In the tendrils that crawl across the ground, you hear, you feel the screams of innocence and friends, along with your enemies, of those to the aura of unfettered creative potential. Their agony as they are forced to become things that the natural world should not bear witness to, should not suffer. Unnatural and horrible things. Things with 10,000 eyes and 1,000 mouths, reaching through a bubbling sea that rolls with the waves and transforms into land. Trees of flesh and men of stone that turn into wood chips. and then further into 1,000 locusts. And even then, melting into things without description. There is a sick beauty to it. Tarazadun wants to stretch and reach its foul and unknowable power. To every corner of that material plane. I mean, that's the rub, right? Like, Shino, your wisdom save was high enough for you to be like, that's the hitch, huh? That's what you buried beneath the goddess rhetoric, huh?
I'm fine cracking a few eggs. I just don't want those eggs to sprout tentacles and then consume myself and everything around it.
The elements run free. Creation unfettered. It is a realm without rules. Without any kind of unnatural law. And thusly can only be a realm of suffering. The process is agonizing, but you maintain your hold. Hargrim,
Mm-hmm.
you come across Shino in the dining hall, on her knees, clutching her leg. Whether it is your intent or not, Shino, you look like you are in a great deal of pain, but you are keeping it together. Hargrim, what do you do?
I don't see Jex anywhere, right?
No.
Okay.
You do see his boots.
Oh. just his boots. I get. I'd rush to her and ask her if, do you need a healing potion? Because that's what I have.
He needs some milk.
You need some milk.
Are you gonna touch like Shino's shoulder or something, or are you just gonna call out to her?
Yeah, I'd approach and probably get down on a knee with you.
Given the situation, you're not gonna get a response. You're just gonna get a, for lack of a better term, just an eldritch horror screaming, moaning coming from her.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Just the sounds of pain and pleasure.
Okay. I am going to call. What's his name? X-23? Is that his name?
25.
The robot. The robot that we have here, the Warforged guy.
Hello.
21.
Can you?
42.
42. Can you help me carry her to a bed? She's gonna scream probably the whole time.
If you want to cease the screaming.
No. No. We don't need to cease the screaming. I want to gently carry her to her chamber. We may need to do an exorcism. I'm just kidding.
I have not been designed
A
for such things.
jexorcism.
A jexorcism. I've not been designed for such a task, but I believe I can succeed in doing this.
Could you, and then after that, fetch Theo, the housey guy that lives here, fancy guy.
I can alert and retrieve Baron Theodosius.
Thank you. You are an appreciated member of this tower.
He will scoop Shino up and will say, "Thank you for saying so, sir." And to avoid any confusion in the future, I am aware of Baron Theodosius. Dorian.
Okay. Right. I just
He
wasn't sure.
signs my checks.
That's fair. Wasn't sure if you'd ever talked to him, so, you know.
I like to think that like the core party thinks that like Theodosius has been doing nothing but like laying on divans and like eating grapes. And, like, this entire time, like all the staff, like he knows all the staff by name, and that's been like
It'd be kind of funny if every time we see him,
running.
it'd be kind of funny if every time we have seen him, he's been relaxing. But like when we don't see him, he's just fucking hard at work.
Also, Jesus Christ, you guys in Discord chat.
Don't look at Discord.
Look away. 42 will carry Shino. And then as bid will track down Theodosius.
When you said just Jex's boots, all I can imagine is just like Jex's boots attached to Shino's thigh.
Hanging out.
like suction cups.
Just wiggling like there's feet still in them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys remember, but that's what happened last time too. Like all of Jax got sucked into the leg except for the boots.
These boots are made for walking.
So 42 will find you. Theodosius.
Yes, I shall come with you. Jesus Christ.
Lady Shino seems to be having a woman moment.
Oh?
I believe that is what my commander called them. I personally do not understand. Biology is not something that I have been equipped to be very knowledgeable about.
Well, you know, this is probably going to be a learning moment for you then. You should probably come watch and assist if we need it.
I've read about this. Should I get a water basin and some hot towels?
You know what? That'd probably be helpful. And see if we have anything sweet in the kitchens. That might help too.
Understood. I, of course, do not have taste buds, so I shall reference an index.
Perfect. If it has sugar and or chocolate in it, that is what we want. Or fruit.
Okay, 42 thinks that she knows about to have a baby.
Don't you worry.
42 completely misunderstands.
When the time comes, I'm gonna play right into that.
And I will make my way to wherever I need to go. I'll close up all of like the I've got all like the ledger books open from tallying my own finances to managing the tower's finances. I'll close up all the books and put them away, and then I'll head to Chino's room.
You done with your nap? She needs help.
Well, we can't do everything all at once. You gotta, you know, if you napped a little more, Hargrim, I think those few gray hairs in your beard might not have appeared as quickly.
I'm only 22, man. I don't have any gray. Now I'm gonna have a crisis. There's no gray in my beard.
I have brought the basin, water, and hot towels. I have
Wonderful.
also procured a baseball glove to catch the larvae.
Oh,
He holds up one of his like big metal hands that has like a baseball glove on it.
I get lightning lure ready.
Lightning lure is small, but it's Newport.
How'd you get that scar? Well, when I was born, I got lightning lured.
So what's Shino doing? She writhing in bed?
You tell us. Shino.
I'm assessing the situation.
She is just gonna be on the bed, like sweating a little bit, and it's just gonna be very moist all over her body, and then the loose fabric is gonna be even more loose around her, and she's just gonna be huffing and puffing and panting, and then in between those, you'll just hear the eldritch screeching horrors from within.
Well, good news and bad news. As I talk to X. Good news is you have the right equipment with you today. The bad news is, yes, we're looking at something here. Can I cast something, do an Arcana check to see if there's anything that might assist in the transformation and or process that is happening?
Sure. Arcana would be more than appropriate. Well, anything that can help Shino keep her lucidity and ground her in reality will help her get through this process.
Okay.
A sleep spell or anything that would cause her to become functionally unconscious or unable to mentally defend herself would be very, very bad.
Very, very bad. Ooh, I have a great thing. I would like to cast. I've been wanting to cast a spell for a long time too. I would like to cast Kachow, Intellect Fortress on Shino.
What does that do?
Ooh, yeah. Walk us through it. How does it look when you cast it? And what are you intending to do with it?
As I cast it, it's going to look like kind of a very what is it called? Art Deco like kind of crown. That's just very, very angular, very sharp corners, and it kind of looks like a little bit of a circlet type of thing that goes on, that appears on Shino's head. And now you have advantage on any intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws, and you're resistant to psychic damage. Should that take?
Oh, wow. The wisdom saving throw was already passed, so I'm going to treat you casting that spell at this juncture as if Shino had critical. You bump her success up to a critical.
Sweet.
Shino, you stop screaming. And in your mindscape, you find yourself standing barefoot in a desert.
Okay.
You are wearing a simple, sort of like a Grecian chiton style, like purple dress or robe, and you are looking down a massive dark pit. You also feel a weight on your head. You reach up, and your fingers delicately run along the crown that has manifested there. And when you do, you can very, very faintly hear Theo's incantation, the vocal components creating the spell. Theo, on the other side, is helping you. He casts a spell to help you remain grounded.
Okay.
And as your awareness expands, you also sense that Hargrim is there with you as well. As you reflect on this and look back down into the pit, you hear the rattle of chains, and in the darkness, little prisms of rainbow light, like when light hits a pool of gasoline on the ground. And then one tremendously large, amorphous eye in the darkness. One large dark pupil. It feels like staring into the deepest, darkest part of the ocean. But its iris is a chaotic swirl of color and potential. The echo of the chains rattle from the pit. You are the one I am connected to.
All right. Let's throw some Moxie in here.
Moxie
She'll-
falls in the pit. Ah!
She'll look at the eyeball and for a half second just be like, how does this eyeball talk to me? But then realize it's probably like a psychic link. And then she'll just be like, well, connected is a flavorful choice of words. I didn't really have a say in the matter. Until now.
Even so, our compatibility is high. Together we can do such wondrous things. And another voice from behind you pierces through the darkness. Jex, you hear Shino's voice.
No. question. No, are you there?
How many people want to talk to me right now? There's a massive eyeball, and now the mysterious whispers.
You should
Some
be
would call
used
them
to being
careless.
popular.
Okay.
We both wander up to Shino's sides, look down in the hole with her.
Okay.
This one is lost in the flesh of possibility. He is vulnerable. We can consume him and add his power to ours.
Almost. Is just Shino hearing that?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, no. It'll be more fun if in this realm you also hear.
Okay, then Jax and Jax on either side of Shino in almost perfect unionism is just gonna grab themselves and be like, consume this.
I guess I'll have to do it with both hands. I'm just gonna take a finger and put it to both of their mouths and just be like, shush. The promise of power is talking.
If you decide to consume them, their power becomes yours. They are at your mercy.
Okay. Okay. Alright, at this point I'll look to... Alright, I won't look because there's two of you. I don't want to look at both of you. I'll just openly ask Jex what is his thoughts? What do you want? Why are you here? Well, I know why you're here, but why are you here?
Choices made change the future. Different Jex is needed. The other Jex needs to go home. Like every other word is coming out of the opposite Jex.
I am the confusion. Alright, and then to the eyeball in the pit, I'll ask it which one. Do I have to consume both of them, or do I have to consume one of them?
They are reflections of one.
So yeah, you try to sacrifice one, both will be consumed.
Okay. So,
there is ultimately one Jex.
see. So how do I get out of this situation?
You make a call.
Well, we made the promise of power is very intriguing. Ascending sounds very interesting, but I don't like the Cthulhu tentacle. That's a little too chaotic for me. but I feel like it's not like a halfway thing. Like this guy is like an all or nothing kind of thing. And
Oh yeah, I'll think from 0 to 60 real fucking quick.
yeah. So I'm inclined to believe that I'm not gonna get what I want. I mean, I will, but it's just kind of like, you know, you got 3 wishes with the genie or something, and it's like, oh, I wish men found me attractive, and then he turns me into like a fucking cold beer or something.
Just tell it to fuck off, and Jex on each side of you. We'll just pull this stunt.
So what I want to do is I just want to get out now at this point. How
Boondock Saints reference.
that happens, I don't know. Do I like? Would this is me asking? I'm not necessarily gonna do it, but would like me pushing the corrupted Jex into the pit get us out of here, or is that
No.
pushing Jex into the pit would be me consuming him?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to do that.
All you need to do to get home with Jex is
Uh-huh.
to agree to bring Jex home. To help him get home.
Okay. Then I'll say to the eyeball, your promises ring true to my heart, but you're using me as a means to the end, and I don't want that to happen. So goodbye.
I'll keep trying. I know how to slip into your DMs.
No, he doesn't say that. But you turn to the 2 Jexes, and now that you're focusing on them, you see your Jex. The Jex. Shadow Jex was fun to have around, it's true. But you realize that you haven't seen your Jex. The feisty priest from the lower wards since the Fire Temple. And there is a difference. There is a distinct difference. A hopefulness in the eyes, perhaps? A sincerity and good-natured snark, perhaps? But you do realize that you have not seen him in a long time. It is, of course, up to you whether or not you missed him.
I'm gonna say yes, because Neojex, as fun as he was, there wasn't much interaction between us, or at least none that comes to mind. But the cleric OG Jex was like he was a real genuine guy. He used to call me Toots.
This is true. I did try to play Neo Jex with a more separate approach to the party, except for Hargrim.
I mean, I like the power trip from Neojex. You know, that Mark of Shino. I like that, but you know, the other Jex would have had a more chutzpah to him.
How do you tell your friend that you are going to help him get him home?
You hear the faint crackle of electricity in the background.
And there's thunder. There's lightning. No, but that probably is a good tie-in to the Twilight Cleric. Assuming you're going back to Twilight Cleric.
Yeah.
If there actually is a faint crackle of electricity coming from Theo, I'll just take that and run with it, and just like kind of touch my head and just being like, I can feel a storm coming, and a new dawn is upon us. So let's go home.
By me. Good luck.
The material Shino seizes, clenching her jaw reflexively, and dark light emits from her dragon mark, and she begins to flail. This is outside of your control, Shino. It is purely like a physical reflexive response.
No, that's fine.
Theo.
You're doing exactly what I was gonna do.
Theo, Hargrim, how do you respond?
I will try to hold her down.
Athletics check. Just kidding. She's a wizard.
I'll do it. Rollsies.
All right. Athletics versus athletics.
Boom.
Wow.
It's pretty nice. I'm not raging, so I don't get advantage. So just straight.
Damn it.
You hold Shino down. The mark on Shino's leg begins to open as any portal would, and 42 gets into position like a bat catcher and like punches his metal fist into the mitt. Theo, is there anything that you do?
I would like to. There was something I wanted to do, and I don't know where it went. That would be really mean to do that. I'm just gonna assist Hargrim in whatever ways I can. This would be fun. Can I like channel my just raw arcane magic into Shino to kind of assist with whatever she's doing?
Yes. I won't ask for a check. I really like the flavor of that.
I'm giving birth to the shadow like the Red Woman in Game of Thrones.
You
like I feel like my dragon marked other shoulder blade now, but like I would feel like I put my metal arm on Shino and it like glows bright blue, kind of like arcanotech magic is kind of flowing through it, as I kind of like use my arm as a conduit to help Shino with extra willpower / arcana magic stuff.
You bolster Shino's arcane presence. Shino, you can feel the reinforcement from your companions before a body is violently ejected from your leg, and there's sort of like a sound of a vacuum before the dragon mark closes, and a bulkier, more familiar Jex. Covered in chaos goop, right? It's like a mucousy goop that's like a little prismatic. Is launched out and then collides directly into 42, who catches Jex. Looking down, is holding you, Jex, like by the arms, and says, "I believe Mr. Duskwatcher is the father."
I'm gonna look over to Shino lying on the bed with, "What's up, Toots?"
And in that moment, as Jex gets his sea legs back, you all discover that at least in Jex's case, the rumors and stereotypes of half-orcs are true. Before Jex's equipment falls out of Shino's leg in a pile.
It's like a goblin's arm holding an orange.
Oh, God! Jack standing there like hands on his hips. Oh. Shino, you feel a lot better.
Alright.
The
I'll,
stage is yours, gentlemen. So 42 will do one more thing. He'll grab the basin of water and dump it on Jex.
I'll try and catch my breath, and I'll look to Theo specifically, and just with like all the conviction she can muster, being exhausted, just being like, "It's a good thing you sister zoned me, because I don't want to go through that again."
You know, anything for you, Shino. I would like to cast Detect Thoughts on Jex, please.
Is there a roll to resist?
Yes, there is.
Nah.
Jex, you can willingly fail if you want.
And I would like to probe deeper, just to validate that this is not an MT, or not a threat. So that is a wisdom saving throw, please. If
I'll willingly fail the wisdom saving throw, but Theo gets hit with the psychic backlash of like the last 6 levels of his experience in the worst place.
Oh, interesting. Theo, you see a world where you accepted it's not the right, I keep on thinking of Abin Sewer. That is not his name. But the Elemental Prince of Air.
Jan Sibin, thank you.
Who the fuck is Abin Sewer? Is that a Green Lantern character? It doesn't matter.
Batman.
Yes.
Sinestro.
It is.
Sinestro.
Sewer's the one that dies, and Hal Jordan gets his ring. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How do you know?
Man, I hope the new show they're making is good.
Hot take. I really liked the movie.
That is a hot take, and I respect you for it.
Very hot take.
It's hot because it has Ryan Reynolds. And
Hey.
it's a hot take.
But I do hope the show is like a cool like space police procedural. but that's neither here nor there. Where were we?
I was digging
Oh, right.
into Jax's thoughts.
You were
Um,
probing deeper, and Jex is retaliating with the last 6 levels, and what could have been with Yancy Ben.
You see a version of the world where you and Hargrim and Shino accepted the deals of your respective like weapons and patrons. It is awful. It is a nonsense world of violence and suffering. And the two of you in particular, Hargrim and Theo, are kings only in that you are kings of the slaves beneath you. But you are still slaves.
Hell yeah.
Ah, MLM scheme.
What could have been?
It would have been bad.
We could have used it. We could have used that anvil though. But all them people were making weapons for us.
You know, everyone digs on lichdom, but I guess the tried and true method. This quick, get rich quick with power is always too good. Lichdom is the way to go.
Cheaper as far as human souls go, too.
Yeah,
Just a few dozen compared to like most of the world.
It's strange, Jax. You have memories of that place you were. You also have Shadow Jax's memories for the most part. So you are up to speed on everything that's happened.
Yeah, once I'm done probing, I'm like, all right, well, I apologize for the intrusiveness. You can't be quite sure what comes out of Shino's legs. So I apologize.
Yeah.
But it is
You
nice
should
to
have
have.
seen some of the.
It's nice
sorry,
to have you
Lucifer.
back. And you looks like you're the real you. Apparently, we've been dealing with a fake you for a while.
I'm.
Alternate you?
Yeah, like the darker parts of myself manifested as a simulacrum to try to increase the Void Dragon's influence on this realm.
You're from Eberron 52. Got it.
Exactly.
Make one Green Lantern reference. We open up the floodgates.
Bunch of nerds if those floodgates never got closed.
I mean, Shino's legs are open, so the floodgates are wide open.
Snaps a picture, honestly, before she remembers.
It is nice to have you back, and yeah, that alternate reality is not fun at all. Hargrim, we became
Yeah,
middle
yeah.
management.
Ugh.
Oh,
If that.
at least we weren't slaves, right?
Well,
We were slaves.
Technicality.
on a technicality, we were a manager, but we also had our own managers.
Theo's a bright side
I'm going
person.
to hell this one. I'm going to hell for this one, but y'all are just house goblins.
Yeah. I don't mind you gobbling these nuts.
There it is.
I did miss you though, Jax. Shadow you wasn't as fun.
Shadow Me was. Well, he didn't really like you guys. He was trying to make you be worse, so he was being distant.
He just wanted to shoot shit. Always stealing kills.
Shadow Jax was a hyper lethal vector.
Not to be confused with shooting the shit. He didn't really want to do that either.
No.
Yeah, he was too caught up in his own head. Or my head. I'm still down for shooting both shits, but you know.
A lot of shooting shit.
To be honest, I'm still reeling from a goblin arm holding an apple.
Damn, Shino, that looks like it was rough. Here, feel better.
Can I do also a quick detect magic on Shino just to make sure there's nothing else nefarious about her?
The dragon mark is still nefarious, but not. It has calmed down.
Okay.
Things are back to a manageable state. You do actually notice something. The dragon mark has subtly shifted.
Huh?
It's weird. It's kind of paradoxical. It is both weaker and stronger than it used to be.
Interesting.
You do know what this phenomenon is. Tarazadun is the progenitor. It is the creation aspect of Kyber, right?
Mhm.
The first elemental, so to speak, and the princes of the apocalypse. They are each its direct progeny, right? So what you are kind of seeing is a balance of different power sources. Because you have settled and cut off the prince's influence from like water and air, those sources of power are not being drawn to Tarazadun and the mark. In that respect, it is currently weaker. It is compensating by bolstering and being bolstered by earth and fire. So it's all about redirection of energy, right? By closing off those different manifest zones, you are cutting off sources of power from it. But it is then amplifying and being amplified in turn because the amount of elemental energy is the same, right? So that's why each of the dungeons are getting progressively more dangerous, because Tarazadun can now focus more of its energy to those different places. And so when there's one dungeon left, Tarazadun will, in a way, be very limited in how it can express its power, but will be at the height of its potential power. Until, of course, you take out all four, in which case it fizzles out and will be completely locked away, and then Shino will be cured. I hope that made sense.
It actually did.
Crazy magic rambling.
I mean, you made my dumbass understand what was going on.
From a wizardly academic perspective, it's pretty fascinating.
It is.
It also means that Earth and Fire are going to be motherfuckers of dungeons.
Yeah, we knew that going in, though.
Yeah, I suppose it's not news, but now you have like an in-world explanation for why. What do you guys want to do from here?
Well, I'm gonna go take a shower and get dressed. I'll see y'all in a minute.
Okay. Oh, Jex. Got it.
Oh yeah, that was in character.
I will find and alert your father of your successful birth. Congratulations. And he'll slap your ass as if you're a baby.
Damn, 42. I didn't know you swung that way.
Ugh.
It is the only way I'm programmed to swing.
You just look up like a warforged stare.
Fucking
Until somebody explains to him, though, 42 is going to go and he's going to wander the tower looking for Jix.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll let him.
No,
I
we
will
can't let him
eventually-
find.
You know,
No, I will
Warforged-
eventually find Shabazz and have him cast Greater Image so I look like old Jack so he can tell me and fulfill his mission.
I mean, I could cast. Oh, I can't. I can't. Just kidding. Oops.
Mantle of Spell Resistance is 30,000 gold.
Okay.
Sorry, it's an extremely good item.
No, that's fine.
Teddy,
I'll pitch in.
can I have a goal sheet for new Bob?
A ghoul sheet for new Bob?
Yes, Bob also gets an upgrade now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, hold on. Ring of Psychic Resistance.
That shouldn't be too hard. Or at least I don't think it should be.
No, probably not. Uh, 6,000 gold.
Really? More
Yeah.
than I thought. Okay.
Psychic damage, especially in Eberron, it has a history of being notoriously difficult to circumvent. Although a lot of people use it, it is very common and very difficult to resist.
Is it attunable or is it not?
No, you just wear it and then you get it.
All right. Well, there you go, Hargrim. You can
Wow.
spend-
I should just said fucking no. I should just said it doesn't exist.
What happened?
You can spend $6,000 and get a ring of psychic resistance that doesn't need attunement.
Oh. Okay. I will spend it.
I'm gonna introduce untyped damage.
I mean, he's had that vulnerability this whole time, and it hasn't really come up.
Oh,
Not
it
yet.
has.
It not
No,
very
it ha-
often,
it
but when
did-
it
it did.
has, it has.
It did happen. I don't remember why, but I do remember it happening now. Yeah.
That hag, and I somehow passed against the aboleth. That was pretty crazy, but
Yeah, kind of irritating actually, to be honest.
What's
Gotta introduce like.
Oh,
Gotta
it
get you
says
guys
it
into-
says it requires attunement.
Oh, does it?
I already
Oh, no.
said it doesn't.
Yeah, no, the 2024 one doesn't. Huh?
Oh.
Well.
I see, said the blind man.
In that case, that does make me feel a little bit better. It does require attunement.
On a beach. I need to find myself 4,000 more gold then, so I can get the attunement slot.
Take it.
Hmm?
Take it.
Take what?
4,000 gold.
I could earn it myself somehow.
Just take it.
Hargrim doesn't want to settle for being a trophy husband.
Okay, but I owe you 4,000 gold. I'm putting it in my.
Sugar Mama Shino.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
So I'll get that attunement slot in the ring.
There's nothing I really want for myself. I mean, there is, but it's $30,000. So it's like, yeah, no thanks.
cloak of spell resistance is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But look at that time.
Yeah.
We've got a lot done, a lot of housekeeping done.
Yeah.
We have Cleric Jex back,
Yeah.
which I think everybody's excited for.
Yeah.
There's been a few moments in these dungeons where I think at least everyone at least once has been like, Cleric Jex, we took you for granted.
Kinda honestly. We had like almost no healing, and now we'll have too much again.
Well, not only that, but just like a simple bonus action healing word last session would have been real nice.
Or, Spirit Guardians. His little, what are they, homeless shelter kids?
Orphans.
Yeah, my little ghost orphans, stabbing them with their little sharpened butter knives.
Would have eliminated like half the opponents right away.
You got dual con now, so you could Spirit Guardians and something else.
Spirit Weapon.
Spiritual weapon as of now doesn't require concentration, but the revised 5th edition 2024 Dungeons and Dragons spiritual weapon does require concentration.
Wait, which one requires which?
The new version of Dungeons and Dragons, like the 2024, that version requires concentration.
Oh. And
Yeah.
fuck it doesn't need concentration.
They nerfed it to where
It seems
you,
kind of silly.
you can't Spirit Guardians and spiritual weapon anymore.
Yeah, but spiritual weapon is good. Don't get me wrong, but like it was already nerfed with the movement.
Yeah, that's
You know-
true. Yeah, if you're in a big open area, it's kind of shit.
Like it's good for popping it down in the middle of enemies. But that's about it.
I need to go through all my spells anyway.
I need to go to bed.
Yes, do so. I am right now giving Jex power over Bob the Ghoul. But other than that, thank you for playing today, everybody. Next week, we're heading back down for more dungeon crawling. Sounds like the case for me.
Mm-hmm.
Since we got a bunch of stuff done, housekeeping done today, divvying up gold. If there's anything else, let me know. Drop it in chat if there's any other preparations you guys want to make. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going into Earth next, but if anybody would prefer going to Fire. Bring that up maybe, if that's something you'd prefer to do, or something else entirely.
Also, someone think about whom I should simulacrum.
Me.
Because I'm thinking maybe Hargrim.
I mean, multiple wizards would be, with multiple concentrations wouldn't be bad either, but also a second Hargrim second tank would be pretty cool.
My first two are Hargrim or Shabazz. And Shabazz mainly just for something to just Eldritch Blast the fuck out of shit.
Yeah. If you made a second one of me, it would come in at 92 hit points.
A second Hargrim would be nice. Because I think you can heal the thing, right? You just gotta give it more ruby dust.
But maybe a wizard that can cast more would be good too.
The thing about wizards is like I don't know if you can restore expended spell slots from a simulacrum.
You cannot.
I
You
didn't
cannot
think.
regain spell slots. I don't even think kyber candies would.
So having another wizard on the field, it would be great, but that's just a limited resource.
Well, simulacrum, if it's a copy of a wizard, can just make another simulacrum, right?
Uh,
Like if it's a copy of you, it could just
I mean,
save a
There's no-
7th level spell and cast another one of you, and you don't have to.
as far as I know, there's nothing stopping me from simulacruming everyone except the ruby dust.
Well, it says as soon as you make another one, the spell
Oh,
is
is it?
instantly destroyed. Yeah, so you can only have one at a time, but you can just set them up to make themselves with their last spell slot. Takes 2 hours though. Yeah.
Hmm. That's an idea.
Something
Also-
to consider.
To remind you guys, B team has a druid with awakening, so if you want anything awoken, you just need to find the agates for him.
Can you awaken the simulacrum?
No. I'm just
That's
putting
it.
a hot stop on that right now.
No, but he can awaken any beast or plant or whatever you want.
There is that griffin.
Yeah, that was actually I already awaken that. I don't remember how I did that. I thought I talked about that, but I don't remember.
Oh, the hippogriff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you did.
Yeah. He was going to be a mount for Hargrim, but we were in the middle of a dungeon.
Teddy, I might do some minor shopping, and by minor shopping I mean potions and rubies.
Understood. Just give me a list.
Yeah, I'll
On
send
your-
it to you when I have a brain.
I will probably also send you a list of spell components.
Very good. Very good and understood.
All right, guys. I'll get a little bit.
Bye,
Have a good
bye.
night, gentlemen. Thank you
Yep.
for playing. I'll see you next week if I don't see you sooner.
See you then.
Good night.